Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our negotiation session between the City of San Antonio and the San Antonio Firefighters Association. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Rick. I believe you have a slide that you want to share with us.
I do. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see everybody again here with our next bargaining session for Local 624. So as we get started today, we did want to show you a couple of things on the screen. So the first is, you'll recall that when we were last together, we brought up some slides with some of our concerns regarding a presentation that the city expert had provided on April 4th. And so this is the same. Oh, and we have a hard copy of that for you as well. Would you mind passing some of those? Thank you very much. And so I'm not going to walk through all these slides before. This is what we walked through last week. Our conclusion was, even looking at Mr. Nadal's work in Austin and his work here in San Antonio, we reached the conclusion that when we look at salary and longevity and when we blend in some of these other elements of compensation, our pay here in San Antonio is relatively low compared to other Texas cities. And you'll recall that and that was when we look at annual base and longevity, and it was also when we looked at pay per hour worked, which baked in other elements of pay, so it gets us down around 5 or 6 out of 8 departments, and certainly below the median. So where we left off, though, is we noted that study, it was based on where people stood as of September 30th of 2022. Since then, departments have received raises. And so what we did was we tried to pick up those raises in other departments. Unfortunately, what we saw was that while our salaries have gone up by 5% during that period, the median raise in other cities was 8% to salaries. And so this was the chart that, if I had even basic competence in any technical things, would have been on the slide that we showed last week. And what that does is that just reflects the percentage raises that we've seen in these other Texas cities since September 30th of 2022. And so we see Dallas up above 8%, Austin at 8%. El Paso was close to where we are. They had 6%. Fort Worth has 8%. Houston, that 6% was just what they have received between September 30th and today. We know that Houston is looking at a 10% adjustment in just a couple of months. Corpus is at 6%. Arlington was much higher, up at 12%. So our median raise there was 8%, and our 5% is there. And then we added a line with the civilians in San Antonio who have the cumulative raises, we believe, since that period have been up over 10%. And so it just, from our perspective, we had fallen behind, and we're continuing to fall behind. That's what we're trying to, that process we're trying to arrest here in the negotiations. And so the only substantive difference there is that chart. Okay. Can we pull up the other one? The other thing that we want to show you, and we have hard copies for you as well, is when we were together last week, we talked about, President Jones talked about member sentiment, and what we're experiencing, when we poll our members and we talk to members about what they are, their concerns regarding their compensation. And, we certainly respect and appreciate the city's position with respect to compensation and the city's sense that the compensation package for our firefighters is competitive and it's appropriate, and that the proposed adjustments would keep our firefighters competitive with respect to compensation. What we did was we went back, as we said we would, and did an engagement survey with the members to take the temperature of the members with respect to compensation, so that you can say, don't just take it from us, take it from the members out there in the field. And so what we did was, between when we last got together and this week, we did a membership engagement survey, and it was to measure membership satisfaction as well as reactions to the city's initial salary proposal. And so a couple of things here. There's one difference on the slide on the screen and your hard copy, and I wanted to do this to make sure that we were accurate. So the response, was very strong. There are approximately 1,100 respondees. We have a group of about 1,800 firefighters. There are about 1,350 that we can kind of get to through the pay, ones who give us information and say, hey, you can bother us with emails and all that kind of stuff. And so we reached out to all 1,350. And so 1,100 out of 1,350 responded, which was actually really, in and of itself, that's a pretty interesting response that 80% did complete the survey. And not every firefighter completed every question, so when we go through the data, the numbers don't entirely add up. Some people didn't, just skip some questions. But what we saw was concern, right, about being undervalued, about the current compensation, about firefighters' inability, for them and their families to keep up with the cost of living. And so we start with a little bit of a breakdown. And so, we did ask people to indicate their years of service. Not everybody did, most did. And, we see about 80%, of respondents with 20 or fewer years of service. And so we had fewer respondents, of more than 20 years. We haven't superimposed this over the breakdown within the department, so I don't know whether or not, and it would be interesting to see, quite frankly, was there a greater response? Is this disproportionate to the way seniority breaks down in the department or not? I don't know the answer to that question, but this is the seniority breakdown. The first question that we asked was if you feel valued, right? And the statement was, my current salary keeps up with the cost of living in San Antonio. Members could strongly agree, be neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree. And what we found was almost everybody disagreed with that statement. I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. That 80%, right, 78% of members disagreed with that statement. Almost half of the respondents strongly disagreed with the statement that they, do I feel valued as an employee of the city of San Antonio? Those are numbers that we know are significant to you. We know the city does a very good job of taking the temperature of residents and employees, and so it's not just us, and we looked at it a couple of different ways. We asked about inflation. We've been talking about inflation, and so the statement was, my current salary keeps up with the cost of living in San Antonio, and pretty much everybody disagreed with that, right? And more than 3/4 of the respondents strongly disagreed with that statement. So certainly the sense of the members is that the pay isn't keeping up with inflation. Another way to ask the question, since we talked about competitive salary, the statement was, I feel that my current salary is competitive with other Texas departments. Again, 96%, over 1,000 folks, disagreed with that statement, and 2/3 strongly disagreed, with that. And so when we measure against cost of living, kind of measuring against themselves, right, and measuring against other departments, what we're getting are the same answers. We asked a question, or the statement of, I feel I'm paid fairly for the work that I do. A different way to measure value, right? And so 92% disagreed with that statement, and almost 2/3, strongly disagreed with that statement. It's interesting, when we compare that to feeling valued. There are other ways that you can feel valued, right? And so the general feeling value number was lower, right, than just pay. So that was an interesting difference there. And, we asked about the city's salary offer. And we don't intend to do this with every offer back and forth, but since it's something we were talking about, right, pretty much everybody considered the 20% over 5-year offer to be inadequate. And what we asked was, do you feel that the city's offer of a 20% raise over 5 years is adequate given our current wages and compensation situation? Pretty much everybody said no. Now, look, we're in negotiations, okay, and this is something that we're sharing with the city. So you might say, well, what would you expect the members to say, right? And so we understand that, but we wanted to be as clear as we possibly could, and we didn't recommend answers, and we didn't coach. We just put it out there. And then we asked the question: would you consider entertaining job opportunities outside of the fire department? And those numbers are troubling. 2/3 of the people who answered indicated that they were considering leaving the fire department, either considering the biggest number was 600 folks thinking about going to another department, and then 400 folks talking about just getting out of the fire service altogether. And, you know, those are troubling numbers. Now, we have numbers on actual who has left, right? And, you know, we've seen those numbers as well. And so the fact that folks are thinking about leaving is something that, you know, certainly is of concern, you know, for us. And so, you know, the reason we did that was because we've talked about it, and we wanted to make clear at this juncture that, you know, we're not making this stuff up, and that we're getting this sense of dissatisfaction, and you know, primarily with wages, you know, and compensation, you know, is real, and we're reflecting that in our proposals. And we appreciate the discussions we've had about that so far, and we look forward to continuing those discussions. And that's it. Oh, I do have one more thing, actually. This is a logistics thing. Last week, Liz correctly pointed out that we did not include in our health care proposal language that would reflect our proposed increases to employee fitness, and so those changes would be in Article 28. So we're handing you a markup that reflects the union's proposal on that issue. And thank you very much for pointing that out. And with that, I'll wrap up my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for the information. I'm going to turn it over to Liz as we continue the conversation.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you for your opening, Rick. We take you for your word here at the table, and what you represent to us is meaningful. And for purposes of the last few sessions of discussion, and specifically when we walked through the proposals that you'd given us sort of line by line to be sure that we understood the various components, I wanted to be sure that the reasoning behind that was understood, because perhaps I didn't quite make that clear when we were going through it. But our desire is, to the extent possible, and I think you've seen that with our approach on the overtime article and other places, but more specifically and explicitly on the overtime article, we really are interested in the underlying interests for your members, like what really is at the root of the ask, as opposed to coming to the table and being positional, so that it's not just a trade, you know, back and forth of pure positions, but really trying to get an understanding of what is underlying it and what are we trying to accomplish. And so you heard Maria throughout our last meetings ask why. And that's the reason we ask why, is really to work to try to meet that interest if we can't meet it in the way that you've asked for specifically. So it's important to us to understand that. And so for purposes of pay, for example, one of the points that we've heard, one of the points that you make today as part of a recap of last week's presentation is base pay. And so just wanting to be sure that we understood that when we saw additional requests for incentive pays last week, over and above what had already been proposed the week prior, that we were understanding that this wasn't a change in priorities, but rather additional proposals, but with the understanding that base pay is a primary goal. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but you know, for us, it's really trying to distill priorities. And so for us, I think the takeaway that we have had, and so that's why we keep articulating it for you all, has been base pay. We understand, you know, what that means. We also have tried to be very transparent about all the different pay components that are the ad pays that go on top that do make up additional take-home pay, as well as the benefit structures that are all part of the contract that result in total compensation, which, as you know, is what we've used as the comparators and what we believe is our obligation to use. So with that being said, I just wanted to be sure that I was more clear about the reason we asked why and why we tried to engage in additional discussion, sort of line by line with the specific requests.
Thank you for that explanation. Our sense over here from what the city has been doing and how the city has been conducting itself is acting as professional negotiators and doing what you're supposed to do, and we appreciate the degree of professionalism that you've exhibited. On priorities, yeah, our priority is to move the pay package, in a way that addresses some of the erosion that we've experienced. As I've indicated across the table, there are many ways to do that. We have offered a variety of ways to do that. I think we've said from the jump that the most effective way to do that is to focus on base pay. There are other ways where that could be addressed, and the city may have preferences, but we do agree that base pay is a very important component of this contract and our negotiations.
Thank you, Rick. So what we would like to do next is share with you proposals that we have and a couple of items. And we talked about last time that one of the city priorities has been increasing base pay. And also hearing to what you have shared with us in the last few meetings, we were trying to also accomplish that. And what we're going to highlight to you today, you had mentioned to us to give you a proposal, which we are doing today, and then talk about some of the benefits that we see to the firefighters by making some of the changes that we are recommending. So I'm going to pass a copy of the PowerPoint that we're going to see on the screen. And also a proposal, the language, I should say, on Article 13 for wages. And also Article 20 for uniforms and personal and protective equipment. I think I may have given you too many copies. And finally, Article 22 for incentive pay. So I'll go through the PowerPoint, and then the language that you see on the articles reflects what we are going to share with you. So with that, let me get started with one of the proposals that we have, and that impacts the three articles that we just provided to you, and that is moving certification pays to the recurring base pay. So what we're proposing is to move $900 per year out of the EMT, paramedic, and fire paramedic pay, $780 from the fire certification pay, and $720 from the clothing allowance to base pay. So I'm going to share with you what we did. We also have on the presentation the number of employees that currently get those pays. That's something that you had inquired about last time. And then the impact to the wages. So this following slide, what we are including here on slide number 3 is the current certifications that we have for EMT, paramedic, both EMS and fire, as well as the fire certification pay. And our methodology to select this particular certification pays is that all of the employees, or just about everyone, gets those pays, so it made sense to us to move them to base pay. So beginning with the EMT certification, what the proposal would do is for those employees with 0 to 4 years of service, as defined by the contract, the $75 a month or $900 per year will move to base pay. And then for employees with more than 4 years of service, 5 to 8 and 9 plus, we would also transfer $900 of their annual certification pay to base pay. You see there the number of employees that currently get those pays, and this was as of late 2023, so the numbers probably are different today, but this is a snapshot in time. GF is a general fund. Those are employees in the general fund, those employees at the airport, and then the total. For paramedic pay, what we did is looking at both EMS and fire, we're transferring $75 from those employees 0 to 4 years of service, or $900, moving it to base pay, and same thing with the fire division, same logic as we did for EMT. Again, you see the number of employees impacted and the total. And then for the fire certification pay, we took the basic, the $780 a year, and moved that to base, and took the same amount or transferred the same amount for the other categories, intermediate, advanced, and masters. So that is the methodology and very specific what we're doing. Now, in terms of what we are articulating to the Association for consideration of the benefits of doing this move, is that increases the recurring base wages for all employees. The former certifications will now increase as base wages increase, and you'll see that reflected on the wage tables that we provided to you. And also the allowance for clothing will be now pensionable. It's not pensionable today. Additionally, the benefits that we see for our employees is that it will also be included when we calculate longevity, so that there's also an increase as longevity increases every 5 years of service. And it also increases the regular rate of pay for overtime purposes. And that is specifically clothing allowance that is not included in the current rate of pay calculation. So what we are illustrating in the table below is to show how we're moving that to base. So we wanted to spend a little bit of time to make sure that is very clear. So as I covered earlier, we are transferring $900 from the EMT paramedic and fire paramedic certification pay, the fire certification pay, a portion of it, and then the clothing allowance. So that'll be a $2,400 annual amount that moves from those categories into base pay. Now, what we did for purposes of the calculation is that we're increasing those pays with the city's wage proposal of 4% every year. And again, another benefit highlighted in the chart is now the portion that is clothing allowance will now be pensionable. So going to the following slide, this is the impact to wages, and we did it by rank. So for the firefighter rank, we illustrated in 2024, which are the wages effective January 1 of 2024, and then increasing with those, the allowance and the two certifications being moved to recurring wages, plus a 4%. For example, for a firefighter step A, the actual annual recurring base salary will go up by 8.3%. And that's a combination, again, of the 4% and the what we're moving, the equivalent of what we're moving from certification and allowance. For step B, it's a 7.9%, step C, 7.8%, step D, 7.8%, and firefighter step E, 7.7%. So that resets those recurrent base salaries, and then they increase with the city's proposals of wages. On the following slide is the same impact to a fire engineer. And same thing, all this, the steps, same methodology that I described, and you'll see for 2025, the total base increase ranges from 7.4% to 7.6%, and then after that it grows with the wage salary proposal. And then for the last three ranks of lieutenant, captain, and district chief, same methodology. Since these salaries are higher than the previous ranks, the percentage on the increase in 2025 for base pay is a little lower, ranging from a 6.3% increase for a district chief, from a 6.3 to a 7.1 for the lieutenants, and same methodology for the outer years. So as we make these changes, and there's a financial impact of making these changes possible, again, because it has impact on longevity, impact on overtime. As I mentioned, what is clothing allowance today will be pensionable, as well as the 4% increase of those particular certification pays year over year. The total packet cost of doing that is over $9 million over the life of the proposal, which is the 5 years that the city is proposing. The other piece that we would like to talk to you is moving the effective dates of the wage increases. And we had in the proposal that we provided to the association on the 29th of March of January 1 of every of those calendar years to coincide with the expiration of the current agreement. We have moved those up to be effective October 1 of the fiscal year. So that moves 3 months every year. The cost associated of doing that over the 5 years of the contract is $12.5 million. So those are the changes that we are proposing, and those changes are reflected in the articles that we just shared with you. The last piece that we wanted to visit with you about is overtime. We shared with you what the cities would like to discuss with the association. We believe that would be beneficial for us to create a working group or a subcommittee like our ground rules allow us to do, and have more in-depth discussion about that and see if this is something that the association would be interested in making adjustments. So we are proposing for your consideration that we have a working group that will have 4 representatives from the association and 4 representatives from the city. And we'll have those meetings. Will be in between our meetings here at the table so they can work and discuss particulars and then come back. And if there's some areas that we want to make adjustments to the contract, those will be discussed at the table. And that is all we have. Rick.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for the explanation and for the movement. We appreciate that. I do, so just clarifying questions, that's all this part is. So, and I'm going to refer to just slides 2 and 3. I think that's where the bulk of the questions are going to be. So the proposal is to take the 900 EMT paramedic, fire paramedic over to base, the 780 fire cert pay over to base, 720 clothing allowance over to base. I understand that. When I look at slide 3, which is a breakdown for the, let's start at the bottom because I think that's the easiest for me to understand, is the fire certification pay. What you're proposing is to take the 780 fire cert pay for basic, right, and roll that over, right? The intermediate, advanced, and master's cert pays would remain, correct?
That is correct, at a reduced amount, since we're moving $780 from those as well.
So the proposed, the intermediate, advanced, and masters would, I see what you're saying, because you're rolling, the practical effect, though, of your proposal, I'll do the math, I guess, and I'll probably get it wrong, and then somebody good at math will do it, but the practical effect would be to not change the value of, the extra value of the intermediate, advanced, and masters, right? Because the 780 is baked in, that 360 is the difference between 780 and 1140, I would imagine. Okay, I understand the proposal, thank you. Now, the EMT paramedic pays, it looks like you're taking the 900 per year, that would be the entry EMT cert pay, and rolling that into base. And then you're adjusting paramedic, the various paramedic pays to reflect that you'd be rolling that first level of EMT cert pay into base, and the same math would carry forward? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other clarifying questions with respect to that. I'm sure that I probably will after the smart people review the numbers. And so maybe now would be a good time for a caucus if the city has nothing further.
Yeah, that'll work.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you want to say 10:15? 11:15? Yeah. Hey, if I had a time machine, I'd go back to 2013.
Yes, that'll work.
11:15?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
All right.
Okay, thank you for bringing a response. In the interest of moving things along, we took the time to try and come up with a response a little bit more specific to what you have proposed. But I'd also like to kind of highlight some of the things that our firefighters and paramedics are saying. Specifically, during the break, all of our phones were overheating as we were getting text message after text message, which should communicate to you the kind of attention that you're getting from our members. They're paying very close attention because the survey results are accurate. Your firefighters and paramedics are trying to speak to you. It is up to you whether you listen. Right now, what they're saying is it sounds a lot like moving money from the right pocket to the left pocket, and I'm quoting that because it's pay that they're already receiving. I think what they anticipated, based on what they've communicated, was that there would be some kind of counter-proposal communicated based on what we have proposed already. That doesn't appear to be what we have. So what we're getting is a lot of sentiments, they feel unappreciated based on the fact that a lot of them have done homework of their own, and they're fully aware that, the civilian employees in San Antonio have received at least 16% pay increases over the last 3 years, based on the city's own published information on your website. I think that kind of substantiates how they feel unappreciated. Now, having communicated to you and having the data that we've provided you from the survey that's directly from them, those who chose to participate, which is a pretty high number, now they hear, well, we can move money from one area to another, and they perceive that as a shell game, because ultimately it doesn't really result in the immediate relief of their stress at home, their financial obligations in trying to take care of their families and pay their bills. That said, in the continued interest of our side to keep these negotiations going and make progress, we deliberated heavily during the break to try and figure out how we can best approach, because I think we can all identify that we do have issues that are starting to surface. Recruiting and retention is what we call them, because that's what they are. But we also have, job satisfaction, hygiene factors is what us old firefighters would call them, because that's what we were trained in, right? Hygiene factors. So what we've done is we've come up with a counter-proposal directly to your proposal, and Mr. Paulson is going to go into the details of our counter-proposal to yours.
Thanks, Joe. We're one of the things I think that we talked about, in this room last week was we had, I think, a pretty productive and pretty frank discussion about, priorities and trying to explain to each other, where we would prefer to see an investment, in the workforce. And we appreciated what you had to say last week, and we appreciate what you did today in I think clearly or more clearly articulating where the city would prefer and how the city would prefer to invest in this workforce, and that was very helpful, to us. And so here's what we'll give you a verbal, response to your offer, and we can reduce that to written, bullet points today if you want something today just to make super clear. But the response is as follows. We understand and we appreciate your counter-proposal regarding moving certification pays cert pays and clothing pays into the base. And that's telling us that the city, where the city's preference is, and that's consistent with some of our preference, right? We all agree that the base is really important, so we appreciate that movement. So the concept of a base salary adjustment connected with changes in the way that we treat certification and, clothing pay is a concept that we're open to. And as you will recall, we had proposed an adjustment as well. And that was a fairly significant adjustment that reflected the significant loss of buying power that our members have experienced over the last several years, and we've talked about that, and it certainly was in the survey. And so to remind you, we had proposed a 21.7% adjustment. Right? We had proposed to split that up, to spread that out over 3 years as a percentage, 11.7%, then 6%, then 4%. If we reduce that to dollars and we express that 21.7% adjustment as a fixed amount, and if we look at firefighter step C, so we've got that 10-year firefighter in the middle there, that step C pay expressed on an annual basis now is $65,124. A 21.7% adjustment, equity adjustment to that, would result in an additional $14,132. So that salary would go upwards by just over $14,000. We understand the city's proposal to us today would be to have an adjustment that's subsidized essentially by the firefighters by reallocating some money, and which is not to say that there aren't related advantages to that in terms of pension, in terms of overtime, and I think that the city clearly articulated those changes when you outlined your presentation, and I certainly don't mean to minimize those. We appreciate the explanation. And so we're willing to agree to subsidize essentially part of an adjustment by making changes with certification pays and clothing pays. We're also willing to move away from a percentage adjustment and to express that adjustment, as you've expressed it, as a fixed dollar adjustment to the pay schedule, which has some cost avoidance baked in there for the city. And so our response is that instead of a $2,400 year adjustment, we still make the changes to the cert pays and the clothing allowance exactly as you've identified, but instead of a $2,400 adjustment, the adjustment be $14,000. Okay? Now, we had in our initial proposal spread the adjustment out over 3 years, and so we're proposing to do the same thing and to have that $14,000 adjustment be spread out over 3 years, $7,500 in the first year, $4,000 in the second year, $2,500 in the third year. And that's pretty close to the allocation of the adjustment that we had identified initially. And of course, given that it's fixed, it will have greater impact for the less senior, lower paid bargaining unit members, and quite frankly, a lesser impact for the more senior and more highly compensated members. We're subsidizing, right? Essentially $2,400 of that $14,000 adjustment, and that was some of the feedback that we got from members. But we're okay with that. We appreciate that in the context of an adjustment that makes up ground that's been lost. What we'd also like to do, given that we're talking about certification pays, and this is in response to some of our discussions, and while we believe that we've been consistent in how we've communicated things at the table, we heard you last week when you said, well, but we felt like when you added additional certification pays that was not consistent with what we had really focused initially, and that how that maybe disrupted the messaging that we've been trying to engage in at the table. And we had a conversation about that, and we appreciated that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to revise our proposal to adjust Article 22, and we're going to eliminate our proposed new Section 14 of Article 22, and that added 12 new certification pays we still think that would have been appropriate to do, but we're withdrawing that proposal completely. Okay. The remainder of our Article 22 proposal will remain, meaning that, and we'll provide you language on Article 22, but meaning that the CPI adjustments to some of those fixed amounts, will remain. If we are eliminating, right, some of those certifications would be rolled into base per your proposal. Obviously, that would have to be addressed. But the gist of the Article 22 CPI changes would remain the same. With respect to the remainder of your counter today, we appreciate the movement with respect to the effective date of the 4% raises. We agree to that. Of course, we're still at a 3-year term, which we think is a good term for us. And we focused most of our discussion on, as you might imagine, on the wage proposal and the certifications, and we've had a good discussion on that. So we haven't had a lot of conversation about the overtime proposal that you made. We're not in a position to respond to that, but we will say that we're optimistic that we're going to be able to work through that. We think it's an interesting proposal. We just want to have a little more discussion on that before we give you a substantive response.
Thank you, Rick. A few questions, just to make sure that I clearly understand. We certainly would appreciate having the counter in writing, just to make sure that we fully understand what you just articulated. But for purposes of making sure that I fully capture what you articulated. So the proposal that we have in writing from the association is a 34% wage increase over 3 years. Based on what you just said, is that changing or that remains?
If you're referring to there were 2 components to the proposals, right? We've been talking about annual increases. I think that we're in the same place right now on 4% annual increases. We're in the same place on effective dates within the calendar. You're at 5 years, we're at 3 years. Aside from that, we had proposed an equity adjustment of 21.7%. And so if you're considering those things together, adding up to 34% or 30 or whatever it is fine with us. But our 21.7% equity adjustment proposal, we are revising, right, to move over to a fixed adjustment. It's a smaller amount, and to subsidize part of that by collapsing some of the cert pays and clothing allowances in the manner that the city's proposed.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this clearly. So, and this is important for purposes of being able to calculate the financial impact. So it sounds to me the 34% in adjustments to pay remain.
I don't think that's accurate, but
Tell me, what am I missing?
yeah, I don't know how you get to 34%.
The adjustment you just articulated?
Mm-hmm. 3 4 is 12, 21.7, round up to 22, 34. Is that how you're getting to it?
Yes.
Yeah. The 3 4s remain the same. The equity adjustment, when you cost that out, I don't believe that's going to equate to the same amount of dollars as it would as originally proposed. I think as a percentage, it's going to be lower.
That's because of the $2,400 that we're moving from, that we propose to move from the certification and clothing allowance to base pay.
The $14,000 adjustment that we're proposing would include the $2,400 that's being moved over from CERT. So it's money people are already receiving. We think it's a good idea, which is why we've responded, and we're willing to do it.
No, I understand. I guess I'm asking for purposes. Yeah.
You've articulated that at various points in the slideshow as a first-year adjustment of higher than 4%, and that's going to be a larger percentage for the lesser people and lower. that wouldn't be the case with this, right? That's, money that.
Yeah, no, and let me see if I understand you correctly. So the 12% stay, the 4% every year, plus
Correct.
a 14,000 one-time increase to base pay for each rank, for each step. Am I,
It's a $14,000 adjustment to base pay, but it's split into 3 installments over the
Got
3
it.
years. Yeah.
and if you don't mind, I think I captured the last one was 2,500 for the last year. Would you mind repeating the other 2 years?
Sure. It was 7,500 for year 1, 4,000 for year 2, and 2,500 for year 3.
Very good. Now, on Article 21, you mentioned that the new section for certifications, you guys are withdrawing that. However, the increases to the other certifications minus the 2,400 and adjustments that we discussed, that will continue to, the proposal is to continue to go up by the 21%?
Yeah, so for example, and it's Article 22 is incentive pays. We had proposed, adjustments to, EMT cert pay, right? We had proposed adjustments to things that will wind up being eliminated, to certain certification pays that will wind up being eliminated as a result of this new structure. So aside from those things that will change, the CPI adjustments to the fixed amounts would remain. So any certification pays that are untouched by this rolling into base, those would also be adjusted per CPI in the manner that we had proposed, correct? And the other change, and quite frankly, the more significant change to the proposal is the elimination of the new certification pays that we had identified, to add in that section. And I think that would be section 14, our proposed new section 14.
Any questions from Dana or Liz? Okay, we'll take a break. Go ahead.
The overtime committee, is that right? What I'd indicated that we're going to give you a substantive response on that. We thought it was a very interesting proposal, and we're talking about it, but we do intend to give you a response.
Okay, I just was asking about whether you were prepared to agree to form the committee.
Not at this moment, no.
Okay, thank you.
And let me just ask about the proposal, because it could be understood 2 different ways. The proposal, or was the proposal to establish a committee along the lines of other committees that we have in the contract, or that's what, as I understood it, as opposed to just a working committee through negotiations, which would be a different.
The latter. So the ground rules
Okay.
allow us to create working groups of subcommittees to discuss
Gotcha.
issues. So that's what we
Okay.
intended.
Understand it better, we'll get you a response.
And maybe just to elaborate a little bit more, what we thought it would be beneficial is to have conversations talking about the things that we briefly discussed at the table in more detail, and then that working group with representatives from the association and the city for each could have those open discussions, share information, and then come back to this group and see if there's anything from there that we would have to make adjustments to the contract. That was the intent as part of the negotiations.
Thanks for explaining that. Working groups can be very, very helpful, and we'll discuss that in caucus.
Very good. So is 10 to 2, if we can regroup back at 2:15? That work? Okay. Okay, well, Rick, thank you for the proposal. We had a brief discussion, and in order for us to evaluate the proposal you gave us today, we need the language. How soon can you get that to us?
About 5 minutes.
Oh, great. Great. Do you have it now? Or,
Yeah.
oh, you're, I see. You need to print it and all that.
Today.
Okay, sounds good.
Non-snarky answer. We get you language.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Joe, I would like to address some of the comments that you made, and I'm going to ask our AV team to put up a slide that we sent. And, you know, today, as we present the proposals that we presented to you today, is not moving money from one pocket to the other. If you go to the next slide. You know, a couple of things that we did today, and this is a summary of the cost of the city proposal over 5 years. You're familiar with the total, $132.9 million. Moving the wages, the effective date from January 1 back to October 1 of every year of our 5-year proposal, that has a benefit of $12.4 million to our employees, to our firefighters, and to our paramedics. That's real money. Moving the EMT, the paramedic, the fire certification, and the clothing allowance into recurring base pay, that has a benefit of $9.9 million. So that is real money. So we value our employees, and we have made those adjustments to our proposal. And again, it's real money. Those are all the comments that we have, Rick.
Can I ask you about while we have well, one is you'll provide a hard copy when you can of that. You always do.
I'm sorry.
No, it's quite all right.
Did not pass it out.
The $9 million related to the proposal that we were provided earlier today. Would you care to elaborate for us on how you get there, if you can now? Or?
Of course, happy to do that.
Thank you.
So the clothing allowance today is not pensionable. It's not part of regular rate of pay, which is part of your overtime or part of your longevity. So by us moving that up, all those benefits apply. Additionally, all the certification and the clothing allowance is moving up by the 4% every year. So that has a value as well. So those are the components, that the pension for the clothing allowance, the fact that now those certifications and or I should say the value of the certification and the clothing allowance is also a benefit when we calculate longevity, which is pensionable. So.
Could you, I'm just personally interested in looking at a breakdown of that. At some point, if you could send us a breakdown of that calculation, we'd like to see it. So with respect to our proposal, as we indicated, we'll provide you with revised language that reflects our response today. And with respect to the working group that we had discussed, you know, we do agree to a working group on overtime, but, you know, I can't just agree to something. It's just not my nature. What we'd like to do is have a working group on overtime and the work schedule, because we think those things are related. And we'd like the groups to talk about, that's also kind of a more complicated subject as well. And so if we could have a working group to talk about both those things, we think that would make a lot of sense. And I think that's it.
Very good. Thank you, and have a good weekend.